Greetings! Welcome, welcome. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday, Lojo. And yes, I did notice that your emoji string started with a kappa. I noticed, and I am amused. Okay. What were we doing last time? Oh, the to-do list, right. I was having problems with this timer button not timering correctly. So I decided to talk to the people who make this program, Sammy, and ask why isn't my button. There's a restriction. There is a restriction on it, and I can show you. I can show you the restriction. You all are gonna disappear for a moment as I click this disconnect button. Over here in the box commands and the jump command. Jump. Where's jump? I kind of fixed it, right? So, where's jump? It's here, right? It's a command list to be here, right? Is it not here? Yeah. Nope. That's the command that opens the command list. Gotcha. Run, bomb, explode, freeze, firework. Screensaver, shout out. Yes. Other command. Where's jump? Is it actions? Action. Jump. Right. It's just right here. And so here's, I've got the requirements and everything here, but I can't find anywhere where I can set the I have got the cooldown set to 0. The requirement is anything. User cooldown is 0. Global cooldown is 0, right? So you should be able to use any of the commands, but there's still a restriction on the jump command, and I don't know why there's a restriction on the jump command. I don't see any way to get around it here, but mods can get around it, and VIPs can get around it. So that was my fix, Loja. Everybody that wants to jump more than once every 30 seconds, which the other person was Q, I just made him a VIP in the chat. And that's what
I'm okay. Hey, just a few
perfectly functionality.
Out in, perfectly functional.
But I don't know how to remove that restriction. I can't find, when I click on this button here, it just takes me inside. When these buttons don't do anything, so I don't know what those buttons do. I already have the cooldown set to 0, and it doesn't cost anything to jump. And there's no setting button. This takes me into the those redeems won't work while I have the program turned off.
Your mother was a hamster, and your father smelt of elderberries.
I will spawn in many stars when I actually turn it back on. But there's no editing at the bottom. These buttons just take you into the actual thing, and this button takes you into the custom thing. Is there general window settings? Oh no, it's just the size of the window. Bubble, that's the chat bubble when people are talking. Sound. The sling power. This is how long they stay pinned. That's how bombing works. Freezing. There's farting. And here are the cooldowns and everything else. But it only has attack, hug, and dance. It doesn't have jump. But jump definitely has a cooldown that it won't let me change. But it's not in the list of things that I can change. Is it an event? Nope, because this is like the raids and stuff. Data settings, that's technical stuff. This is about the viewer panel. And then this stuff down here is about like the different avatars. And then this is the shop. So I don't know how to change it. Because it's not anywhere in the list of things that I can change. I mean, I could set these to 0. That's 9. Maybe it's slaved one of those. There, I've set everything to 0. And we've saved it. Now, all of the cooldowns are 0s. Bombs are more expensive now. Well, I haven't turned it back on yet, Con. I have to push this button, and then you'll see the little guys appear down here. Now it's back on. Okay, bunch of stars. Still restricting. I don't see another billboard. So yeah, I'm gonna have to look into this. Okay, we put that on the list of things that I'm going to look into. But what I can do now you can bypass it. Make some more stars. Collect all the stars. There you go. There you go. 3 stars. Move this back over here. Okay, now I think all of this logic. Okay, I need to remind myself everything this button. Mode decider is what it's doing. So I need to go take a look at mode decider. Here's first call. Target mode is 0. Modes are active and it's false. Okay, so this needs to set target mode to 0 and then call mode decider. Okay. So this other stuff here. There may still be a global timer that is a second or two, but it's not going to be 30. So you probably can't spam it back to back. You have to wait like a couple of seconds between them. But it should not be 30 seconds. And if it is, I don't know how to fix it. But I'm gonna look into it. I'm gonna all of these guys have so the stream avatars guys have a Discord. I didn't see what that alert was. Starfall. Oh yeah, there. Yeah, Starfall. I will leave a message on the Discord about jump and removing the jump timer and see what they say. In fact, I can do that right now. I need general support. Do you have general support? Which support? Yeah, okay. Auto, TikTok, Glimish, Trovo, Facebook, DLive, Kick, YouTube. I guess it just switches the board. Okay, I have asked the question. We shall see how that is. Okay, so this right here was the timer that this button was using. That was not working all that well. So I want to delete this whole thing because I don't need any of that. And that should make a variable called turn active. I'm gonna rename this variable. What would I name this? I want this variable to be the number of times that this button has ran. Times activated. Man. We'll save that. So now, this button calls it sets target mode to 0 and it calls the mode decider button. That will auto switch through the modes. And then, if times activated is null, make times activated 1. Otherwise, increment times activated. So this plus equal sign means take the amount that is in there and add this amount to it. So if it hasn't run yet, that amount would be 1. If it has rand, and this amount is higher, or this amount is actually any number at all, it will take that number and then add this number to that number. Now, what I learned was that there was a trigger called repeat interval. I'm gonna set this to 5 seconds. I'm gonna turn on 1 and 2. We'll turn on all the modes. Save this deck. This. Trigger the button. Okay. Okay, well, let's open up this. So that's calling this button. Should no longer work. But this variable doesn't. Turn that off. Right here. That's not working. We'd be doing it a different method. So nothing is calling this button. button is working when it's activated. It's calling the button. I'm gonna push the button, nothing happens. We need to find out about this. Okay. Repeat interval allows you to continuously trigger a button on a timer. Is this music too loud? It might be too loud. Let's turn that down by a little bit. Greetings, lady. Welcome, welcome. Repeat interval is started as soon as Sammy starts up or resets and cannot be freely enabled or disabled with a command. Okay. So I need to, what it's telling me is I need to save this, close Sammy, and then reopen Sammy with Sammy. And then I can, what's this variable? Times activated 1, times activated 2. Okay, it's ticking. Mode 1 all. And mode 2 on. Three is active. 2 is active. Switch to mode 1. Look, we have a logic problem somewhere. Okay. If target mode is 0 and target mode is being set to 0 here, yeah, okay. Having these be button variables is problematic. For some reason, in their slightly flawed wisdom, the creators of Sammy have decided to restrict the global namespace. I don't know why. I don't know why they've done this, No other programming language that I know of in existence, and I know almost all of them, restricts the global namespace. C doesn't do it. C++ doesn't do it. C# doesn't do it. Visual Basic doesn't do it. Basic doesn't have the concept. Java doesn't do it. JavaScript doesn't do it. PHP doesn't do it. Perl doesn't do it. JSON, which is a derivative of JavaScript, that one doesn't do it either. Python doesn't do it. All of these things let you use the global namespace. That is to say, you can set a variable that is global. Okay, I need to explain two things. One, global, and two, namespace. One, global. Setting a variable that is outside the reach of a function. So, a function looks like this in programming. Right? And you have code and stuff inside the function, right? And occasionally you declare a variable inside the function. And this variable can only be seen inside of this function. So if I make another function down here called function 2 and make another variable called something else, function 2 now function 2 can't see the variable something, and function can't see something else. They're restricted to the function. These are called local variables because it's local to this function, and this one is local to that function. But if instead you use another keyword right here called global, you now make this variable visible to all of the other functions. So now, because this is a global variable something else, this function up here can change this variable because this variable is global. Now this allows you to do a couple of things with the global variable. You can pass the value of the global variable, which is whatever something else is storing, or you can pass the physical location of global variable. It's called a pointer, and it's pointing to the memory address of where that variable is written in RAM. This right here is called a namespace, and there's a bunch of different ones, and you can create your own namespaces with functions, right? So if I have a function, or in this case it would be defined as a class that has a bunch of variables inside of it, you could define that like this. Right? If I spell it right. And so this would be functioning, literally function, as a namespace, right? So global is a constant namespace that is always there. What this program has done is it doesn't allow users to access the global namespace. So I can't declare a variable somewhere that is global. And what they've explained is that's because anybody can access this variable using this method here, right? Which is what I'm doing here in Top Timer. I'm using another button's namespace, mode decider, and then referencing the name of the variable inside it, and then setting that to a different value. Okay, sure. In theory, that will work. But that only works if the button has been called already. Because the things inside the button don't get created until the button is pressed. That's not the case for global variables. Because I have a button that is pressed as soon as my stream starts, which is this button. So if I were to declare a bunch of global variables inside of this button, they would all be activated as soon as the stream starts. But I don't want to declare variables inside of this button because this button is very specifically doing one thing, and that is programming OBS to be how it should be for the start of the stream. The way that I was told by one of the people who makes things for this program is to make a new button and put all my variables inside of that. So their solution, they want to restrict the global namespace so that you can't use global. But in order to make global variables, they want you to make another button called global that duplicates what the global namespace is. Like, why don't you just turn the global namespace back on? Like, really? I understand messing with global will create some issues if you don't know what you're doing. But no one's going to be messing with this that doesn't already know what they're doing, because it's not easy to just manipulate the global variables that already exist. And I know that there's a global namespace, because I come down here, they have a whole bunch of global variables that they've already set. All these are global variables that are set inside the global namespace. What I want to do for just my version of Sammy is add things to this list so that they're always there and that they run as soon as Sammy starts. But they've restricted that for some reason, and I don't know why. Because I can go in here, I can click this delete button and delete any of these variables. So, the solution is to create another button called global and put all my variables in that button, and then let everybody else that is trying to access a variable access it in that button, so that I know for a fact that all the variables exist when it started. Because the problem with this right here is if this is where times activated is activated, it won't activate as a number, it will activate as a string, and then it will concat 1 to the end of the string. Okay, so what I mean by concatenation, if times activated is supposed to be initialized as a number, so we'll say 0 right there. But I can't do that in this button, because if I go up here and I say times activated equals 0, every time the button runs, times activated will be reset to 0. I don't want that to happen. But if I try to do it inside of a loop, times activated has to exist first. But if I say this, if times activated is equal to nothing, Sammy doesn't have a defined concept of null, which means something doesn't exist. So if I try to let this thing create times activated, it'll check it right here and it'll check it against null, but it will assume this is a string. Now a string is just any kind of text characters like this. Right? So it will assume that times activated as a string, and it will instantiate times activated like this as an empty string. And then it will set that string to undefined. I don't know why it does that. Um, but this is bad because now when this is activated here, what that is supposed to do is take this and add 1 to it. So times activated is 0, it would add 1 to it, like that. The second time it ran, times activated is 1, it would plus equal sign, that means add 1 to it, so that would be 2. The next time it ran, times activated would be 2, we'd add 1 to it, and it would be 3. But if times activated is a string and it adds 1 to it, it does that. And then the next time it runs, it does that. And then the next time after that, it does that. And that is what I don't need it to do. But this is what it was doing. So I can't check to see if times activated exists because I can't check it against null. Because that sets it to a string named null. I typed it right here. I can't let that be 0 because that sets it to a string named undefined. So I would have to set this to a number. But if I set it to a number and it does this check, it's going to say, oh, that variable doesn't exist, and throw me an error message and then not run the loop. So the variable has to exist, and it has to exist in the form that it's supposed to exist in. But if I set that form up here outside of a loop, it's gonna reset it every time the button runs. And I was trying to explain this to one of the devs or whatever at Sammy, and they couldn't grasp this concept. And it was kind of weird, right? Because if I'm they're using words like namespace and referencing, but they don't know what the term passing means for passing a variable, and they don't understand the concept of local instantiation of variables. And so I asked another question that was, since a lot of times in here they had me using JSON format for changing things, like when it has to interact with OBS, I asked them, how strictly does Sammy follow the JSON formatting and the JavaScript formatting? And the answer that I got, and when I say JSON, it's called this, JSON, just like that. JavaScript is typically written like that, right? I asked, how closely does it follow the JSON formatting? And how closely does it follow JavaScript formatting? And the answer I got back was, JSON, exactly. JavaScript, question mark? And I'm like, what do you think the JS and JSON stands for, dude? JSON is a derivative of JavaScript. So it's based on it. Look, that's what the JS stands for. That is also concerning. You're writing in a language and you don't know what the language is based off of? Really? And then another person came in and actually started answering my questions. Oh no, you can't do this. Yeah, that's restricted. Just make a button called global. And I'm like, I was hoping I didn't have to do it that way. And they're like, yeah, I know, it's silly. And this other person knew exactly what I was talking about, understood it. Clearly, she was a programmer. This other guy who is like making tutorials and stuff for this program is lacking basic programming, like fundamentals and knowledge of what things is. And that is slightly concerning. Like, you're throwing around global, you know what a namespace is, but you don't know how it works. You know that you're using JSON, but you don't know that JSON is built on top of JavaScript. I don't know. That is slightly concerning to me. Anyway, thanks to the lovely programmer lady that I spoke to, she explained all of this stuff and how it works and what I was doing wrong. And so now I have to just make a global button to put all my variables in the global button. That way I can create them at global, and then all the other things that are changing them are just going to talk to global and change the value in global. And then when you need it, you just talk to global and you pull the value back out. And it should work. It should work a treat. It should work a treat. Yeah. Now I just need a list of variables that I'm going to need. Like all of these. I'm gonna need all. I'm gonna need all of these. I think each button is going to need a first call variable. Okay. Each button is going to need a first call boolean. A boolean variable means that it is either true or false. So if you ever hear that term boolean, what they're talking about is a true false variable. It only holds those two values. True or false, 0 or 1. 0 is false, 1 is true. That's why on the power button on a lot of older electronics and stuff, you see there's a O and a I on it. It's not OI, it's 0 and 1. 0 being off, 1 being on. So each button is going to need a first call boolean to let me know if this is the first time that that button has been called, or, and I'm gonna put an asterisk next to this because I might be able to work that functionality out. I need a target mode variable. I need a current mode variable. Mode 1 active variable. Can I spell? Please? Can I not space, please? Okay. This is for my own sanity, so that I know what those variables should be. Okay. Top changer. Looks at target mode. Okay, so it doesn't define anything in there. Variables assigned in here should be okay. Okay. I need to move music path out of here. Um, I'm debating on whether or not to move the playlist creation to a separate button. Because right now it's doing... Every time this button is run, it's resetting the playlist variable, recreating it. Now it doesn't seem to need that much resources to create that. But on the same note, it doesn't need to be created every time that this button is ran. Just when something is updated. But then the global button would only be executed once, so putting it there if executed again would reset all the global variables, and I don't want that. I just want that button to instantiate those variables. So I guess this can stay here, because this is also giving me the functionality of it updating the list every time a new song is added in there. So the only thing I want to pull out is the music path, so that I can go to one place and change the music path. This is from the music. All these come from music selector. Yeah, so loop needs to be created outside. And that's going to be a Boolean value, because I just need to know if the loop is on or off. And so I'll need to set a variable in here. Okay. So once I create these variables, I'm just listing this to let me know where I need to go to change variables, and this was mode decider here. Add start soon. Okay. I don't need this anymore. I know how that works, and I have examples here if I forget. Okay. String. Okay, so what I'm going to do to fix the problem of the names at the top of the screen here going away if I hit the reset button is I'm going to now store those names in the global variable. Will that actually change anything? I'm not sure. Actually, I don't think I even need to do this because I'm writing them outside of the program.
Inconceivable!
I'm writing them outside of the program, so I don't think I need to do that. Okay, never mind. I'm not going to do that. Is there anything else that I need inside the global right now? I don't think there is. Okay, got global, and all global is going to be is a bunch of variables. So we're going to local variable. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. Target mode. 0. Current mode initializes to 3. Mode 1 active initializes to all. 2 active initializes to all. Mode 3 active initializes to on. Music path. Okay. I need to go get the path from there. Group initializes to all. Okay. Everything initialized. Need to go get the music path. This. Okay, my global variables all set in the global button. Okay, I've renamed the button global variables, and I've named the button ID global var, because if I just named it global, there would probably be a conflicting issue with the global namespace, and I don't want to cause that issue. Okay, so global variables right there, bam. And to access it, we go to the global var button, the name of the variable. Lovely. And that way I can just come here and open up this one button. Okay. Resets the top values. And that's for buttons in at the top, bottom. Okay. Mode 1 toggle. Need to make sure that I have this written down. Global var is where those variables are at. So global var, mode 1 active. We'll just call it mode 1 inside here. Okay. don't know why that should matter. That shouldn't matter. Okay, so we're pulling from the global variable to see if mode 1 is active. Setting that to mode 1. Should that be called start mode 1? I think we should call it check mode. Check mode. Because I'm also going to call that from the timer. So that, because I'm having an issue on the buttons. If I switch it to a mode and then I restart Sammy, the button will be on the wrong mode. So every time the timer checks to make sure that the top bar is set correctly, it should also check to make sure that these buttons on the Stream Deck are also set correctly. And it's going to do that by setting the check mode value to 1 and then calling this button. So the constructor is going to set it to 1 and call the button. So what we're going to need right here is set button variable. I'm going to add a check mode variable. Okay. Mode 1 and check 1. Okay, so check 1 is active. Go in here. This is going to be mode 1 now. Okay, so if check is active, that means all we're doing is checking the current mode. Yeah, and we'll be grabbing mode 1 and check mode as soon as the button runs. If check mode is active, we're going in here. If mode 1 is equal to 1, we turn the button green. And if it's equal to 2, we turn the button red. Then at the end, we set check mode to off. Otherwise, if check mode is already off, it's mode 1, we turn that off, and okay, so that should be good. Okay, so over here, I need to make sure that I'm adding another variable here called check mode. And initializing check mode to 1 because I'm going to use it in the constructor. So the first time all of these buttons are activated, they're activated in check mode. This button is mode 1 toggle. Decider is up here. Okay, so I have a bunch of variables that I now need to just pull from another location. Home mode and target mode, and the active mode. Right here. Going to be get button variable. ID. Var. Variable name target mode. Oh no, get button. Target mode. Target mode. One active. Two active. Three active. Be simple enough to remember. And now I don't need any of this. Because I'm pulling all of these variables out of my global button. And go back and change those momentarily. All right. This needs to be set button variable. Global bar. Okay, so if current value is 1, we set the target mode to 2, we call it top changer, and then we set the global variable current mode to 2. Global variable target mode, set that to 3. Okay. Now, at here. I hope everybody is following along with what I am doing here. If there are any questions, feel free to ask. Okay, check modes 1 and 3. If it's mode 1, switch it to 3. If it's 3, switch it to 1. This is 1, 2, and 3. If it's 1, switch it to 2. If it's 2, switch it to 3. If it's 3, switch it to 4. This is modes 2 and 3. Okay, 2, switch it to 3. 3, switch it to... Oh, there was a mistake. If it's 3, switch it to 2, not 1. 2 to 3. If it's 2, switch it to 3. If it's 3, switch it to 2. That's if target is 0, which will be called from the timer button. Otherwise, it calls the top changer. Headbats! Yay! Okay. I think this is done. On all the right variables, set them right, I've named them. Okay, I think that one's done. Now top changer. It only needs to know current mode and target mode. Initialize variables. Oh no, 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 no. This isn't set, this is get. Or target mode and current mode. Now what do I want them to be named in here? I already got current and target in the other one. This is target. Current set and target set. two little edits to each of these lines. This should be set up and good to go. Okay, so now that should be set to use global variables. Global current mode. We know the transitions work because I've already set up all the transitions, so don't need to check that. Okay, so those should now be working properly. These I'm going to come back to. Need to go in music selector. What did I call it over curious about arrays. So okay, so we're gonna remove these from the other. What we're going to add right here is a get button variable. I can get a global variable too. Get a button variable. I could, music pad. We're just going to call this pad. And so now the loop is not handled here. That variable is set in global, and other things can set and change that variable. Now this is another point of contention that I've been having, is that the timer changing the song before the song is finished. I don't know of a way to tell, to check if a song is finished playing. I don't think that's possible. This reset timer is set right here, which is song length times 1000. Song length is set right here. Let's make sure there's nothing else in here that uses path. Full path, fixed path. Path right there, path right there. So the playlist uses path and the full path uses path, and that's it. The nodes are set correctly now. Still having a few issues with this, but we can let that slide for the moment. This button should now be set correctly, so we shouldn't have to worry about any of the changing or selector buttons. Now we can come back to toggle and make sure that these are completely set correctly now. So the check is just checking and changing colors. That sets that now in global bar. And it just toggles it back and forth. Good, good, good. Now, do the same thing over here. Copy these buttons. Check one mode. This is check two. check as 1, and it comes in here and does either of these things. We said
What,
check
they're busy?
0.
Busy? Look, they're busy and you're dizzy. No, I'm not drunk, madam, but you give me an idea.
Man, I really do miss being able to slam the phone down and hang up on somebody. You can't do that anymore, because if you do that now, you're going to shatter your phone. But in the old days, you could take that thing and you could slam it down, and that slam reverberated to the other end. The last thing that the other person heard was a bang. I miss that. You can't really do that anymore. All you can do now is like say funny things when unwanted people call you or you pick up. Like let's see. What are some funny things? I think I made a list of a bunch of funny things. Let's see. Oh, one that I used to do, whenever I was on the phone at Little Caesars, and I was particularly annoyed, and I never got fired for this. Roadkill Cafe, you kill it, we grill it. What's your beef? Although I did convince one of the other managers to say that on the phone. City Morgue, you slab him, you stab him, we slab him. Some go to heaven, some go to hell. Hello? Roadside Motel, we haven't had a death in 2 days. How many rooms do you need? I used that one before when someone called the hotel that I worked at. Yes, Roadside Motel, we haven't had death in 2 days. How many rooms do you need? Average man shipping with no package is too small. House of Lords, God speaking. I have used that before when someone would just yell, "Oh my God," I'd be like, "Yes?" I actually did get an official write-up for that. You can't pretend to be God. I'm like, I resent that. Who's pretending? Okay. I was making a button before I got distracted. Oh. Okay. I think I've got the top part of this button done. Now this needs to be not okay. Check mode variables in. So our global var. That doesn't exist anymore. These two. Up here. There. Okay, and check. check mode is currently set to 1. Current mode is set to 3. This button. Okay, so this should be switching between. Mode 1 is active and mode 3 is active. Why is it only switching from 2 to 2? Because target mode is being set to 2 and not. Target mode is not being updated. Well, target mode is not being updated. Okay, so we're just going to make this set button variable. Top switched. Increment by 1. We need nothing else. See right there? What I mean by it set it to undefined and it's just adding ones to the end of it now? I'm gonna run this button and reset all these things. And now it's incrementing it as a number. Okay, so if I set mode 2 on.
Well, my days of not taking you seriously are certainly coming to a middle.
Okay, so we switched to 2. Now we should switch to 3. Is target mode switched? We'll turn that off. get back to mode 3. On mode 1. Okay. So I think I need another variable here. I got check mode. How are the cycles here? Oh, this top check. Now target is only looking at those What is the easiest way to get away with this? Because I need to get away with it without target mode ever being set to something else. And I think I do it right here with an if statement. That's the problem. If top check is equal going to set target to 0. Only if top check is equal to 1, target gets set to 0, and we fall into here. And this way, target mode never gets changed to 0. Okay. Let's turn on mode 1. Why is the logic not working? Okay, we need to look at what's going on here. If top check is equal to 1, pulling top check right there. Set target to 0. Otherwise, target set to target mode. So when the button runs, target is being set to target mode. But if top check is active, we're overwriting that to 0. Otherwise, we're letting it go at target. This can actually come up here. Like that. Top check is 1, target is equal to 0. Otherwise, target is equal to target mode. And then everything else is as it is. Top check needs to be pulled before we do that. So we pull top check. Top check is 1. We set target to 0. Otherwise, we set target to target. And then we pull the other modes. Okay. Mode 1, mode 2, mode 3. So, these are going to be pulled as true and false. If mode 1 is equal to 1, mode 2 is equal to 1, and mode 3 is equal to 1. Current is current mode. Current mode is equal to 1, and all 3 of these are on. Set the target mode to 2, and we call top changer. Then we set the current mode to 2. So I turn on all 3 modes. Okay, let's look at what top changer is. Current mode. Current mode is equal to 1. Target mode is equal to 1. Do a single to single transition. Target mode is not being updated. What is setting target to 3? That is 3 and target to 3. What is setting target to 3? Is my question. It's doing a 3 to 3. All those are set to 1. Yeah. So it's falling into here, and then it's checking current, which is set to 3. It's falling here. At least it should be falling here. But it doesn't seem to be setting variable correctly. It's staying at 1. checker is set to 1. So target is coming in here. Finding all 3 modes are active. It's coming into here. Finding current is set to 3. It's coming into here. And the last thing is should be doing right here is setting the global variable current mode to 1. I don't know. I'm going to take a quick little break and I will be right back. Greetings! I am back. I'm still trying to solve the same problem. Okay. Something is setting target to current. Single, one, double, set it to mode 2, triple, set it to mode 3. Okay, so this only sets current mode, and it seems to set it correctly. So this is only setting top check to 1, calling the mode decider button, and then calling the top switched variable and updating it. So at all of these, let them be that button. Okay, so there's a disconnect happening. It has to be happening here. So it's gotta be target here. Having a case zero. Okay, so we don't. I do want this to be target. I'm gonna add a switch statement right here for top check. Add a case statement. If it's active or if it's not. Active. We're gonna do this. Not active. Then don't need that at all. So I'm just pulling the top check and then I'm pulling it target mode. So if top check is active, go in here, do this big complicated swap check. Otherwise, if it's not active, check target for 1, 2, or 3. Okay. Did it stop running? Check mode is on. Current mode 3 is on. All 3 modes are active. Check mode is all. Top check should be on. It is. That would help. Okay. So this seems to be working with the swap partially. When I do this, it changes it properly and it takes off the other things. But when it changes automatically, it doesn't. Let's go look at what these buttons are doing. Hmm. This might be the issue. Current mode does not need to be set by this button because it's always set by top changer. That was it. The whole problem that I was having is because I was setting that twice. It's working! Finally, it's working correctly. And automatically. Success. I know it's changing too quickly. That's because I have the button set to change like super fast. But all the things are happening, right? So if I turn off mode 1, we should now only cycle between the double and the triple. Turn mode 1 back on, does it resume cycling between the 3? It does. But if I turn mode 1 off, so only modes 2 and 3 are active, and there's 2. So it gets to 2 and it stalls. Okay. Okay, we're looking for modes 2 and 3, which is this right here. If mode 2 and 3 are both active, current mode is 2, set it to 3. Current mode is 3, set it to 2. strikes me that I should have the full logic in all three of them. But we change it a little bit. Modes 1 and 3 are active. So this should just set it to 3. Modes 2 and 3 are active. 3 goes to 2. 2 goes to 3, 3 goes to 2, and 1 goes to 2. Okay. So it's 2 to 3, now it should go back to 2. Now it should go to 3. Now it should go to 1. Now it should go to 2. Now it should go to 3. Now it should go to 1. Now it should go to 3. Now it should go to 2. Now it should go to 1. Is there no condition for just 1 and 2? There isn't a condition for 1 and 2 because 1, 2, and 3 should always be active. Because 3 is always going to be active. Okay, then I can turn both of them off and it should just be a 3 and it should go to 3 and stay at 3. Okay. Triple. Not doing anything. Turn on mode 2, it should start switching again. Turn on mode 1, it should start switching again. Turn off mode 1, it should switch back to 3. Okay, so I need to build something in mode decider. 1 and 2 are on. Now I turn on mode 1 and it switches back and forth between 1 and 3. But if we're on mode 1 and mode 1 gets turned off, the next time it calls, it switches to 3. And then while it's on 3 and none of the other modes are on, it stays on 3 and it doesn't do anything. Turn on mode 2, now it's going to switch between 3 and 2. And if I turn it off while we're on 2, the next time it's going to switch back to 3, and then it's not going to switch anymore. Now, I think, I keep saying this, now I think we've got it set properly. It appears to be working.
Inconceivable!
Yeah, I know, right? Okay. So we have our global variables down here. We have our do not touch, switcheroo things, whatever. Words! Okay. I can't believe I finally got that finished. Okay. Now I've got other integrations I need to do, but I need to do other things before I do that. I'm gonna put this switches right here. And that top row is basically done. Is it not updating the color of the switches right here? Should. It's updating them right here. You can see when I turn the other modes on now. And if I turn mode 1 off, we're going to switch back to 3. If I turn 2 and 3 on, we're going to cycle between all 3 of them. And what happens if I turn mode 1 off while mode 2 and 3 are on? We are on mode 1. Which does the switch do? 2? It does. And so now it should only switch between 2 and 3. Now, if I turn 1 on and 2 off, we should switch to 3 and then to 1 and then to 3. And now we should just stay on 3. And if I manually switch us to 1, when the timer runs, it switches us back to 3. Same for 2. Okay. It's switching 1 very quickly and it's switching 2 a little bit late. I don't know why that is. I guess it was just my timing. And once I set that back to the full 21 seconds, it should not be, there should not be any kind of issue with that. In fact, I can do that right now. Okay, so that change should be in effect now. Taking much longer for this switch to happen. Yeah, there we go. So now it's every 21 seconds. So what I need constructor to do for me now is that. Okay. So when it detects that the stream has begun, it resets the arrivals at the top up here to claim first, second, or third place. Then it calls the global variable button. It calls the top timer button. So it initializes all the variables. It starts the timer. Or actually, I don't even need to start the timer because the timer is started automatically. By Sammy. So Sammy's going to start that as well. So when the stream starts, this button activates. And then when Sammy starts, the timer activates. So the timer will be running from the moment I start up Sammy every 21 seconds. And then this will set all of the variables when stream starts. And then it calls for the toggle buttons. And it calls for the mode decider button. Now we look at the toggles. Okay, so the constructor needs to set a global variable. Right here. What did I get here? Right here. Set button variable. Global var. I think it's top check. Check mode. Which one is the switch? Check mode. Okay, so the global bar is going to set check mode to 1, right? Okay, so we're gonna give this a little time to initialize these toggle buttons here, and what I'm setting are these buttons here. So when the stream starts, it's gonna set all the global variables, which is gonna set the toggle check, the check mode to 1, and then we're gonna call this button, and it's gonna check to see if mode 1's active and set that button accordingly. Then we're gonna wait for 1 second. Oh, I'm being abducted. I'm leaving. I'm gone now. Poof, I'm back. Should I set that abduction timer to longer than that? Maybe I should. Anyway, gonna wait 1 second, and then it's gonna set the check mode back to 1 and call button 2 to check that mode. Then we're gonna wait 1 second, and then it's gonna set check mode back to 1 and call button 3 to check that mode. And then we're going to wait 1 more second, and then it's going to call the mode decider button, this one, which is going to set the bar into the proper mode up top. So if it's in mode 1 or 2, it's gonna change it to mode 3. Yes. I also noticed that I was angled a little bit during that alien abduction. Let's see if I can't angle correctly and maybe zoom in a little bit. Now, if we get abducted. Oh, going up. Ooh. Now, can I change that items towards props? Right click on alien and do something with that. Oh, you can see my line of sight and head pats. That's ooh. I can bloom. I have other effects, right? So I have I think pixelate is a redeem. Oh no, I have pixeled. But I can. This is my 3D, and I can blur, and I can rainbow, and I can be underwater. Oh wow! And I can shape. And bonk. I'm still trying to figure out confetti. And goo. Haven't figured that one out yet either. But bucket is active. And dropping things. Like a box. I don't know how to change the timing on the alien abduction. Reset after. Yay, mushroom. Anyway. I think I've got this working. Dare we try the music? Okay. Let's try to start a single song. And we will wait for Starman Stage's music to finish. And when it does, we have to look here in global variables. Loop is set to all. So every 21 seconds, it should swap the top between 3 and 1. And then when the music ends, it should set the top bar to say no song selected, and then switch us back. Because we've got mode 1 and 3 active right now. As you can see there. So when this song is over, it should switch off mode 1, set the top bar to say no song selected, switch us back into mode 3, and then wait in mode 3 for something to happen. And if that happens, then the single music button is working correctly. And you can already see that the top has switched 250 times since the last time that I updated this button. Okay, we should be coming up. Should be coming up on the end. Not yet, but soon. Only program these songs for 180 seconds. That's 3 minutes for the mathematically disinclined. Okay, here we go. And it turned off mode 1. I'll call that success. Now, when I press this button, it should turn loop on, turn mode 1 on, switch us to mode 1, and start playing the song. Almost all of those things happen. As you can see, loop didn't turn on, which means I missed this step. I did. Oh, the toggle button. Set the loop on. Did not set any of these buttons correctly. Stop music. Turns off mode 1. Okay, so now when I start loop, it should turn on never-ending looping music. And we will know when we get to the end of this song if it starts a new song or randomly stops. Why did it randomly stop? Try it again. So I think I should add 2 new variables. This one is a Boolean. So these 2 variables here, what they're going to do is basically check if the music is on. This is going to help me with these buttons by here, because I can track if the music is currently playing, then these buttons don't need to do anything. So if I click start single, and the music is already playing, I don't want the button to do anything because I don't want it to restart what's currently going. So it should only activate if the is music on variable is at the false. And the same thing for the start loop button. When I click this button should only activate if loop is set to false and is music playing is set to false. Right? Well, first we're going to check for is loop active. If the loop is active, it's not going to do anything. If the loop isn't active and the music is active, all it's going to do is switch the loop to on. That looks like it changed songs. It doesn't look like it changed the so I need to call change songs again. Change songs too fast. But it is working. So now I need to build this music functionality with these other two variables into the global variables. So ideally I should be able to come here and watch what's going on with these variables. And should I choose to display this information on the stream, which I may end up doing in like the bottom bar that I'm going to install around this when I shrink the screen down and put the like border things around it. Okay. What were those two variables that I said I was going to add over here? I said it was going to be yes music on, initialize that to 0, and songs played, initialize that to 0. Now, over here in the start loop button, add an if statement. If I need to get those button variables first. We're going to add get button variable. If music on, music is on. That else else going to be in it as well. Loop on. if the music is on, all it needs to do pull this outside. I don't see any way of doing it without nesting these inside of each other. We're adding a condition. Okay, so music on and the loop's on, this. Music is on and the loop is off, this. Otherwise, we're going to do this. This is the other one. So if the music is on and the loop is off, all we need to do is this. Turn the loop on. If the music is on and the loop is on, we don't need to do anything. And if the music is off and the loop is on, nothing is happening. If the music is off and the loop is on, we turn everything on. So that's all this button needs to do. If the music is on and the loop is on, don't do anything because the button is already doing everything it's supposed to do. It's just supposed to turn both of those things on. If the music is on and the loop is off, which means I push the play one song button, all it does is turn the loop on so that it plays a new song at the end. So I should have another button maybe. Okay, I need to write that down so I don't forget. I maybe should have another button doing the music timing and recalling. Maybe another variable passing the time of the current song over to global so that this other button can check that out. I'm gonna go ahead and implement that, passing the current song timer . We're going to get the current song length, wait for it to exist. If that song length is 0, we're going to set it to 180. I need to start by going here and setting that variable. Okay, so right here, we're going to set button variable. This guy right there. Okay, so we're going to get song length. We're going to wait for that variable to exist. If it's 0, we're going to set it to 180. Then we're going to set the reset timer inside it right there, which is song length times 1000 reset timer. And then reset timer is going to be passed over as current song timer to global variable. Bam. Okay, so now I go in here, and then I go over here and I hit the button. Right there, current song timer. One current mode. Okay, and nothing's setting the song yet, but the current song timer is set properly right here. Okay. Now, inside Music Selector, I'm having an issue with this. Yeah, see that? It's changing too fast. And that might be because there's a lot of things happening right there inside that button. Okay. So So I need a button that's going to get a button variable. Song timer. Song timer. So when this button is called, it's going to get the current song timer. Now what do? I'm out of that. Drop that. And see that switch was way too fast. And I think there's some funky things happening in the music selector button. So I need to pull some of the functionality of that button out and put it in other places so that it's having to do less things. This type of compartmentalization is called modularizing your code. Ideally, each function should only be doing one thing. And then whenever that one thing needs to be done,
Just a few Bugs Bunny to work out in
the other function should be calling that function and let that function handle doing the thing instead of them trying to do it in their function and then that other function trying to do it as well. Right? Modularization. So you can swap everything in and out as little modules.
The shit out of this.
Right now, I have that music selector button doing a lot of stuff. So I'm slowly stripping more of that out of that button. Particularly this timing thing, because the button doesn't seem to be handling the timing all that well with all the other stuff that the button's doing. Which is mainly a lot of variables and creating and maintaining variables. But if I can handle the timing on the outside, I'm going to. That's what I'm trying to do right now. So what I want the music button to do is that when it gets to the bottom, I want it to click this button. And then this button is going to figure out the time in order to click that other button again. I think we just do wait, right? Wait for timeout of song timer. And then we click a button. That's what the button's called, music, yeah. So we get the current timer, we wait the length of the timer, and then we call the music selector button. Okay. Music timer. And all this is doing is grabbing the song timer, waiting that amount of time, and then calling the music button Then, now down here at the end, loop. So if run loop is active, we call the music timer button. Oh no. It has crashed. Now it's back. Okay, let's check out the global variables and see what's set here. Run the global variables button. Real argument correct type undefined. Okay. Have to be set to 0. Unable to add undefined to a string. Command line 14. Here. Now it's having a problem with that. Okay, I'm gonna turn this music off. Turn this music back on. Set local variable 14. Oh, this has to be initialized first. And now this can run. Okay. I understand what that was trying to tell me. The global variables have to be initialized before I push the button. And now this should work. Didn't mean to do that. Now when I look in here and I look in here and I look at this, nothing. Didn't get the song timer. So what's happening now? The button. E. E2. Local variable. Zero. Now, we still have weird things happening here. I think it starts with music selector. Okay. Pull this back out. But those are two different things. Okay. So all of these things are the things that should happen every time that button is pushed. And then there's check for the next action. If run loop is active, it calls the music timer button. Otherwise, it calls the stop music button. And that's all this button needs to do. Okay, now the start loop button. No, that's not all this button needs to do. here, we need to set the global variable is music on. To 1. And increment songs played. So now, every time this goes through and plays a thing, it makes sure that it turns the music on and that it updates the number of songs played to 1. Okay, now in the start loop, if music is on and loop is on, do nothing. If music is on and loop is off, turn loop on. Otherwise, do this. Got it. Now, we need to probably copy a lot of this logic, I think. I know I need to grab these. We need an if statement. We need to paste these. If it's on, do nothing, otherwise I do all of this. Okay, so all this is checking to see if the music is on. And if it is, don't do anything. Otherwise, turn the music on. And then we got stop music. Stop the music. Okay. So. Also going to be setting his music on. Is that the only other thing? Go ahead and run that to make sure I turn that variable. Why does this toggle it? I mean, I guess that's okay. Because it's calling the music toggle button. So when I hit that button, it's hitting the toggle button too. Because I just noticed that it toggled it to on. So I need to make sure that it sets it to all. We just do that. Now mode 1 is off, but my button still says that mode 1 is on. Okay. Now with this logic right here, perfect. Now, all constructor has to do here. Okay, so it resets those, and then it calls global variables, and it calls toggle checker, and that should be it for that. And that should automatically reset those toggles. I want the top timer to also call toggle checker. So now, every time the top timer runs, so every 21 seconds, it's going to update these buttons to make sure that they're displaying the right mode on my Stream Deck so that I don't accidentally hit the wrong thing.
Emotional damage.
Okay, and to set it into the wrong mode, I can turn mode 1 on, and then I can hit the stop music button. That turns mode 1 off. But my button here still shows mode 1 on. So I'm going to sit here and watch this. I wonder if I can get there. No, it just turned it off. Okay. So I'm going to turn mode 1 on. And then I'm going to hit stop music and see if I can't get here so you can see what happens. See, mode 1 is currently shown on, but it's off. So that button is going to automatically call the button, and there. Every 21 seconds, it's going to switch this off. Because I have this showing on my Stream Deck right here. So now every 21 seconds, it's automatically going to check to make sure that these buttons are off. And I could put that on its own timer that like checks immediately. Could. But then that button would constantly be checking. And since this button is automatically checking every 21 seconds, I'm probably not going to be switching these modes manually unless something like has gone wrong. So I would only be using this as a visual check to make sure that the modes are on and then switch them if not. So I shouldn't need that button updated more than every 21 seconds. And since I know that it auto updates every 21 seconds to specifically fix this stop music problem. Furthermore, I can just make stop music call that button. Trigger button. Okay, so now if I switch mode 1 on, and I go in here, let's make this so you can see it. And I go in here and I run the stop music button. It automatically turns it off now. But I've got the timer checking anyway to make sure every 21 seconds. It shouldn't happen, but if in the future I make a mistake and accidentally get a mode stuck on, like I did right there, now I can fix it. So stop music should be doing everything that it's intended to do. Yeah. I'm going to save this. We're going to go back. We're going to go to the music over here. Go over here and go in global variables. I'm going to take a look at things. I'm going to stop the Quest 64 music and we're going to start a single song. Nothing happened. Okay, start single is having an issue. What is the issue? Be able to do that. Both of these. One toggle. Music on is set to 0. It's 1. Do nothing. Otherwise. And it can't be complaining about that, can it? Flip it around. Music on single is all. Call the toggle button. Set loop to all. Okay, looking at this from the start music. Start single button. If music is on and loop is on, don't do anything. music is on and loop is off. Actually, no. If music is on and loop is on, okay, we'll come to what's going wrong currently with this in a moment. If music is on and the loop is on, turn the loop off. Okay, otherwise, if the music is on and the loop is off, don't do anything. Otherwise, so if the music is on and the loop is on, turn the loop off. If the music is on and the loop is off, don't do anything. Otherwise, turn the music on, turn the loop off, and set the toggle. Hit that button. Move this button up here. Start single. Okay. That stops everything up there. Be good. Okay. Start single. Start loop. Neither of these are doing anything now. Neither is music selector. Okay, so we're gonna hit stop music. The problem is here in music selector. Throw the old variables, that's okay. Initialize the new variables. Okay. Create the playlist. This button isn't working now for some reason. I don't know why. Okay. It's not executing this button at all. So we're gonna close Sammy and reopen it. Okay. Oh, I know what's going on. I know what's going on. That's why I had that in there. I have to turn the button back on. That's why I have that on there. I like this song. But it didn't turn mode 1 on for some reason. That, I think, has to do with music selection. The global variables over here. Loop is on, music is on. Okay, start a single. We're still having a skipping issue there. Stop the music, okay. Because it went straight through and then it stopped the music. I know why it went straight through and stopped the music. Okay. I need to put the whole function of the button inside an if statement depending on whether or not the music goes into a loop. No reason not to do that right now. Before I forget about it, right here. I need, well, first I want to check everything. Then I need an if statement. Move everything into the if statement. Okay. And then we uncheck everything. And no matter what, outside the if statement, we destroy the old variables. We initialize the new variables. All that happens outside whether or not we're doing this again. Okay, run loop. If run loop is active, we then do the full value of the button right here. But if run loop is not active, call stop button. So the question So this button needs to also turn the loop on. And then, a second later, after it runs the button here, turn the loop off. So, now when it calls the button, it turns the loop on, then calls the music selector button, so that it falls into that if statement. And then, a second later, it turns the loop off, so that when the timer calls the button again, 180 seconds later, the loop is off, and it just shuts the music off. Okay. Save that. Stop the music. Go over here. We're looking at the global variables. And I click start single. Loop is on. Loop is off. Okay. So it turned the loop on. The music started. And then it turned the loop off. So now, at the end of this song... And now if I click this again, it shouldn't do anything. Aha! Lovely. If I turn this, it should turn the loop on. It does. Now if I click this, it should turn the loop off. It does. Okay. All that functionality works perfectly. Now, when this song ends, it should turn the music off. It should call the stop music button, and that'll turn the It's Music On button off. All of that stuff. So now we just... Okay. Well. Well then, that was that. And now if I click the music selector button, nothing should happen. Yes. Because the loop is off. If I click the start loop button, vibe into some Mega Man music. Did that change really fast? Did. I hear you knocking. I don't know why it's changing super quickly off of one. Something is doing that. I don't know if you heard the reasoning why the knock knock doesn't trick me. My door is across the room from me, from where I'm at, so I can see the door while I'm sitting here, and I leave the door open. It's like halfway open, and I have a strip of red LEDs that across the top of the door frame that I can control from right here on my desk to let everybody outside know that I'm recording in here. But I have to have the door open to listen in case something happens, you know? To my left right here is a wall, but my apartment is partially underground, right? So the ground level is about 5 feet up this wall. And that's where my windows are. And I can look out the window and see like right at ground level from this room. So where I'm sitting right here next to this wall is underground. If somebody is knocking on this wall, there are problems. Right behind me, since this is the master bedroom, right behind me is another door that goes to the bathroom that I also leave open so that there's nobody in there. And so if there's knocking on that wall, I'm probably about to die. So I'm not terribly concerned when the fake knocking happens and it's happening to my left, because that wall has dirt on the other side of it. And anything that's happening behind me, there's no way to get back there without walking past me. And then I can just look and see if someone's knocking at the door. So the knock-knock doesn't work on me. It's a leftover from a much older time on the stream. When I was living in the hotel room or at a buddy of mine's house for a time. The knock-knock worked then, but at my current location, the knock-knock does not trick me. I should probably change it to something else, but I don't know, I haven't thought about it all that much. I mean, I probably should have thought about it back when I was setting up all the channel redeems and everything like a couple weeks ago, but I did not. I don't know why this is changing so fast. I say that and it stops changing fast. What is going on? No, it's changing fast the other direction. Okay. I didn't know this window existed, so now I can kind of watch what buttons are doing what. The music timer is waiting. Top changer. Top changer. It's getting called twice, that's for sure. Okay. That might be the source of it. That might have just been the source of it. Okay. So we'll save that and take active buttons and let's start the loop. That was it. Okay, yeah, that was double calling it because I left that call right there on the end of that. And that toggle should only be checking the status of those toggle buttons. But now if I stop music, it should be good. Music timer is still waiting, so let's see what happens when music timer gets to the end. If it tries to turn the music back on. Which it shouldn't. Meanwhile, we can have this music playing in the background. If there's any video games out there with music that you specifically enjoy, let me know and I will add it to the list of music. If we take a look here, I've cleaned up so much stuff here, but I've got this big folder of music of just every game you could think of. Name a game. I probably have that game soundtrack right here. So somebody in chat, name a game that has music that you really enjoy. Let's see if I have that game's soundtrack in the availability. Meanwhile, I can bomb around here. Let's go to, like, say, PS1, Mega Man game. Where's Final Fantasy? SimCity. SimCity would be either PC. I have a miscellaneous. See if I have SimCity and miscellaneous. If not, no, SimCity right there. I have SimCity 2000. Does SimCity 2000 work? Work, work, work. What's the name of this song? So, what I would be doing with that, and put this over here. Top. My desktop has so many shortcuts on it now because I've been reinstalling things. Streaming assets, nope, music, put it here. Okay, bam. So, this is the file where I have the music that's being chosen at random. So what I would do, let me go here and this. No, what did I do? Okay. Now, I need to, the name of this song is Work, Work, Work. So, bam, Work, Work, Work. That right there. And this is from SimCity 2000 by Maxis. So I renamed that and then I moved that over here. And now that song is going to show up in the random list for the random music that's played. And I've got so many songs. Each one of these folders is like a soundtrack. So I have to take the songs, like, let's see, from Majora's Mask, right? there are 118 songs just right here in Majora's Mask that I have to format each song like this and then move them over here for every song that I want in my random playlist, right? This is a lot of work. This is a stream's worth of work, probably multiple by itself. But I don't do this kind of thing on stream. A lot of times when I'm off stream, what I'm doing is mundane things like this. Oh, rename this file, move it over, rename this file, move it over, rename this file, move it over, and skip files of songs that I know are copyrighted, and then I'm doing test uploads on YouTube, so I'll string a bunch of songs together into a YouTube video and I'll upload that and I'll see which songs are getting dinged by copyright, and I'll go back and I'll pull those songs out of the rotation. I think so. Things look like they're still active on my end for the audio. They look like they're still active on my end. So building the front part of this, which is what I've been doing with the buttons and the thing, is only one part of the music archive. I've only got 106 songs in the rotation right now. I've got a couple thousand that I want to add into the rotation. I want this to be able to pull from a whole wide variety of songs. I want them all to be video game songs, because specifically those can fall into the fair use category more than a commercial song can. But I have to exclude certain songs that are commercial songs that were used in video games. And then there are other songs that people tend to try and copyright over and over and over again. Like, there is a Canadian guy. Now, I can show you my current part of my current copyright problem, because I've already called this guy out. When I look at my live streams, right, some of these are being copyrighted, and it's the same person copyrighting it. It's this Marcus D. Nitsua, who I think is a Canadian musician who did an unlicensed cover of Zora's Domain, where he ripped the music straight out of the Nintendo 64 game and then remixed it and used it as background on a track that he did. And from everything that I see, it was without Nintendo's permission. But that doesn't stop him from uploading it to YouTube and copyright claiming every video that now uses Zora's Domain music. The thing, and like, he claimed this video and that video and that video and that video. All of these copyright claims are this guy. He does not have right to this music. This music was licensed by Nintendo for The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, and it was written by Koji Kondo, who still owns the copyright through Sony Music of Japan Limited. Like, Koji Kondo owns this music, but this guy is copyright claiming not just me, but dozens, if not hundreds, of other creators all across the platform. And what the claim does, he doesn't respond when you dispute the claim. He lets it run the entire 30 days and then just fall off. Because if you don't respond to the claim within 30 days, it just goes away. He knows he doesn't have claim to this music, so he can't make a response and escalate the situation. But during that 30 days, nobody gets paid for the video. And if you don't dispute the claim, he gets paid for your video. So he's making money from this. There's a lot of creators out there who are just like, whatever, and just leave it be. And even if those channels are not monetized, YouTube is running ads against those channels anyway, and he's getting paid for those ads, even though your channel isn't monetized. So there's a lot of like smaller creators out here. Yeah, he is absolutely a scammer. And I have let YouTube know about this specifically for this guy, and YouTube is not doing anything about it. Like, and they say that they take their copyright stuff seriously. And that people can't make false claims because there's severe repercussions. Really? This guy is going to claim this video because one of the songs, all the songs that I'm playing right here, are from the Nintendo 64. One of them is Zora's Domain, and that's the song that he keeps claiming. And so he's gonna put tomorrow, after this stream is over, I'm gonna see a copyright claim on this video against Zora's Domain. Same guy. YouTube's not doing anything about it. So this is my current copyright situation with YouTube. But apart from scammers like that, sometimes the real company will come out and issue a copyright claim, right? So if I were to upload like Great Bay Temple right here from Majora's Mask, and Nintendo issues the copyright claim, I'm like, okay, Nintendo doesn't want me using this song. I'm going to take this song out of my rotation. So after I get everything named and moved over, I need to make a series of videos, upload them privately to the channel so everybody can't see them, and see what songs in the videos are getting copyright claimed. No, YouTube does it for him. He uploads his song. So if you go here, over on the side, you have something called copyright, where you can upload one of your videos up into YouTube and have YouTube automatically scan every other video that gets uploaded to YouTube for your copyrighted content. And that's what he's done. He's uploaded the song that he has made that is using Zora's Domain, and now he's copywriting every other use of music that sounds similar to Zora's Domain, which he doesn't have the right to do, because even if you are licensed to cover a song, that does not give you copyright control over the original work, and it does not give you copyright control over other covers of the work. So even if he did manage to license a song from Nintendo for his cover, he can't claim other people that are using the song legitimately or illegitimately, because he didn't create the song. He created his version, and if his exact version is being used, he can claim that, but he can't claim any other version of the song. If Nintendo became aware of this guy, Nintendo would sue him into prison, because that's what Nintendo does. He is lucky that Nintendo is too big of a company and too busy to notice things like this, because Nintendo is a very litigious company. And they will send their army of lawyers, and they have an army of lawyers, to go after you and sue you out of existence. Nintendo has been known for doing that ever since the 90s, when they after they got sued by MGM over Donkey Kong in like the late 80s. All throughout the 90s, they sued a 10-year-old kid, they sued Blockbuster. Like, Nintendo will go after you. The thing is getting them to notice, which they don't much care about things outside of Japan unless it starts making millions of dollars, like Pow World. did. And then they didn't even sue Power World over the whole Pokemon similarity thing. They sued them over the Pokeballs. So if you heard about the lawsuit between Nintendo and Power World, how Nintendo sued Power World, what Nintendo sued Power World about was the idea of a Pokeball, where you have a ball and you throw it at a monster and you catch the monster inside the ball. Nintendo patented that game mechanic. And because Power World was using that game mechanic, that's how they were able to sue them. Which is a scummy thing in and of itself, trying to patent a game mechanic. That's like people who try to patent words. Like a single word, not like a phrase or anything. I can understand like getting a copyright patent on a phrase or trademarking a phrase. But if you try to, like, there's a guy who's tried to trademark the word edge. E-D-G-E, edge. And anytime anybody uses edge in anything, he tries to sue them. And he's won a lot of these cases, somehow. But you can't copyright a single word. Like, you can't. Like, even my name, Narishm, like, I can trademark that, but I can't copyright that. If other people want to if somebody wants to call something Narishm, like, there's not a whole lot I can do about it. Even if it is trademarked like a brand name, like Pepsi, right? I can't make a soft drink called Pepsi, but I can call my dog Pepsi. Like, that's perfectly fine. There's nothing Pepsi can do about it. So, like, and it's for that reason you can't copyright words. Like, no. Words are free. Game mechanics are very similar in concept to that. Imagine if Ford was able to copyright the entire concept of a car. Then Chevy, Kia, Audi, all these other companies wouldn't be able to make cars because the idea of 4 wheels being driven by an internal combustion engine belonged to another company. This kind of copyright stifles innovation. And it's part of something that Nintendo is doing right now that is problematic. If people start copywriting all the mechanics, like, nobody would ever be able to make a video game. Imagine if somebody copyrighted shooting a gun in first person. If Doom copyrighted the shooting a gun in first person, no other first person shooter would ever be able to be made. If Nintendo was able to copyright jumping from one platform to another on a 2D plane, no other side-scrolling games would ever be able to be made. Because Nintendo would have owned all of that stuff. And the fact that they won the lawsuit against Power World for the Pokeball thing is troubling, that they're setting that precedent. But one thing that's also troubling is the Switch 2, and a lot of people have been talking about this. The Switch 2's pricing and everything was announced yesterday. They did a big direct, but during the direct, they didn't talk about the price of the Switch or the price of the games. What they did say, though, was that a lot of your Switch 1 games won't work on the Switch 2. Notably, that is almost all of the third-party games. Actually, I have those windows open right here. These are the games that have compatibility issues with the Switch 2, and none of these are first-party games. And these are the ones which straight up won't work on the Switch 2. And none of these are first-party games. All of these are third-party games. Which means that all of these companies are going to have to redesign these games for the Switch 2. And a lot of people haven't been talking about that yet. But I noticed that right off the bat, that these games have to be redesigned to work on the Switch 2. You can't just bring it over. They say that it's being investigated. Which means that on the Switch 2, you're going to have to buy a new version of these games from these developers. And this is probably a fairly easy fix for these developers. But you're going to have to rebuy these third-party games on the Switch too. Now, it's interesting that none of Nintendo's first-party games are having this issue. And that is because Nintendo is selling a $30 upgrade for your Switch 1 game in order to bring it over to the Switch 2. So if you own, and like one of the games that they're advertising for this is The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, right? So I own Breath of the Wild on the Switch. I also own it on the Wii U. Breath of the Wild was a Wii U game. It was at Switch launch, and now on the Switch 2 launch, after I own the game, I have to pay $30 to upgrade the game from Switch to Switch 2. If you're buying the game straight out on Switch 2, it's $79. That's another thing that Nintendo is doing. Not only now do you have to pay to upgrade your games from the Switch 1 version to the Switch 2 version, which is what killed the Xbox One, by the way. They got in major trouble with people over that. Nobody wanted anything on the Xbox One because Xbox was doing this. Buying the games outright on the Switch 2 is now $80 per game instead of $60 per game as it was on the Switch 1. They've raised the price across all of their games across the entire platform. To cover this up, the launch price of the Switch is $49.99. So that's only $50 higher than the Switch. The Switch 2 rather is $49.99. That's only $50 higher than the Switch. So people say, oh, it's not that much to just get a Switch 2 over a Switch. But they've raised the price of every game on the system by $20. Which means over the course of the lifetime of the system, you're paying a whole lot more than what you would if there was a big upfront cost and then cheaper games. And I don't know if people don't remember how gaming was in the 90s, but this was the same thing in the 90s. So, like, if you were playing a Super Nintendo, you could get the Super Nintendo for like $150. Buying a Super Nintendo wasn't all that expensive, right? But if you wanted a game that was an arcade port, you'd be paying $80 to $90 for that game. If you're getting a game that's a premium game, like most Capcom games or some of the other big name developers, $70, $80, $90 for those games. A big example was Killer Instinct. When Killer Instinct came to the Super Nintendo in the 90s, that game was $90. $90 in 1994. And that was Nintendo doing that. What made the games? You want to know what company is responsible for making the games go down to a low price and stay there? Sony. When the PlayStation 1 launched, Sony decided to reel that back in because Sony owns the medium for CDs and DVDs and Blu-rays. Like these are Sony things. Sony created these things. So Sony putting all their PlayStation games on their very cheaply made CDs were able to bring the price of the games down to $50 and say, okay, all of our games are going to be $50. And really they had to do that to combat not having the base that Nintendo and Sega had at the time. And it worked. With them selling all their games at a flat 50, and then when the game reaches a million seller status, chopping $20 more off of that, and you get it for like $19 or $19.99 or $29.99 for the greatest hits collection. They were underselling everybody, and everybody else had to bring their game prices down to match. Now with it creeping back up on the PlayStation, Nintendo is trying to push the curve here and push the price for a base game up to the $80, $90 range again. And then if you want like a collector's edition, it's going to be another $30, $40, $50 on top of that. That's not cool. And it could have serious repercussions across the industry. Especially since now the United States is looking like we're going to be going into a recession very soon. Nintendo could very much price a lot of gamers out of games, which is something we haven't seen since the 90s. And the country was in the US was in a lot better state financially in the 90s than what it is right now. But yeah, I don't know how I got sidetracked to this. Nintendo litigation. Yeah, well, yep. This is what's happening. And there's a lot of other YouTubers out there that are diving much deeper into this. If you're interested in what's going on with Nintendo and the pricing surrounding the Switch 2 and the games and stuff, I'm sure you could find a dozen videos of it on the internet. I think I saw Mutahar do a video on it, and he's pretty thorough in a lot of his things. So yeah. Anyway, music. We finally got the music button and everything working correctly, which I'm happy about. Tomorrow, it looks like I might actually be able to start the outline and get the next part of everything going. Outline, layout for the stream. I've already got some of the stuff. I think I brought the things over, maybe. I have them somewhere. Anyway, I think that's where I'm going to call it for today. I think it's a good stopping point. I've got the buttons on the deck working again. Success. So let's see who is alive out here in Twitch land that we could throw a raid at. Who is doing some fun stuff? Hum.
Ah, curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal.
I love that movie. Candy Shop Simulator. What is that? Okay, let's see. Who have I not rated in a while? I don't know. But Issen is streaming. Let's raid Issen again. Looks like he's playing Factorio. Might be going to space. Issen's pretty cool. He is a vampire, maybe Catboy streamer. I don't know. It's up for debate. I'm pretty sure there are ears under that hat. Anywho, I'm going to be back tomorrow where we're finally going to be working on the layout and getting the new design and everything up and running. So, yeah. I thank you guys for watching, and I will catch you on the flip side. Nari out.